It's back there again, and today we'll be training our back for size and thickness, right? 5 exercises. The first 2 should handle thickness, and the last 3 should handle size. So for thickness, we'll probably be hitting landmine rows and rack pulls, and for size, seated 1-arm machine rows and seated cable lat pull downs and narrow grip lat pull downs. So 5 exercises to target to get good size and good thickness on the back. And before that, we normally get warmed up, right? So I'll normally start with pull-ups for warm-ups to get warmed up, right? But I want to hit a little stretch. I want to stretch, a little bit, just to open up the shoulders, open up the back, and let the blood flow, So after that, then we can go straight to pull-ups for warm-ups. So first of all, we'll stretch. So let's stretch, guys. Let's go. And for everyone who joined the live stream, I appreciate you making that time to come watch me train. God bless you, and I hope you learn a thing or 2 on this training session. Let's go. when it comes to growing your back, one exercise that really guarantees opening up the back is pull-ups, right? One exercise that really guarantees size. Initial size is pull-ups. And unfortunately, it's a really overlooked exercise, right? It's heavily overlooked. But one of the ways to guarantee that you hit that exercise on every back day is to incorporate it in your warm-ups, right? If you make sure you hit pull-ups as warm-up on every back day, that guarantees that you hit that exercise, whether you like it or not, on back days. And if you keep that on, if you keep that going for week in, week out, month in, month out, it's really gonna do wonders for your back. Because pull-up is one of the most guaranteed exercises to give you a wide back. So if you really want that stuff so bad, you know what to do. Just instead of having to ponder if you're gonna hit pull-ups or not, put pull-ups as the first exercise to get you warmed up for back day. It helps open up your back and let the blood flow in and use the first exercise. So that's really, really guarantee you have a big back as soon as possible. So pull-ups is done. As warm-up done. We hit that first exercise, land 9 rows. Let's go.
Hey, I'm sick of the feeling I have in my gut. Putting in work and not making enough. Buried alive and I'm covered in blood. Knowing the blood and it came from the cut. Sick of the feeling I'm missing your touch. Yesterday it was all good, now it's fucked. Feel like the goal was to share it together, but now that you gone, what's the point of the hunt? Feel like I feel like I'm losing the rush. Feel like a player that's losing his touch. One of you best till I ran out of luck. Beat to the punch. Got too much trauma inside of my head, it's been eating me up. Stuck in my thoughts, getting hard to adjust. I feel like I changed, I'm not who I was. I'm not who I was. One day it's a seat on a bus, then you thrown under the bus. Yes, you not even left with a crutch. Forget what you did for the team, all the times you were clutch. No way. You get left in the dust, that's why I get high till I'm numb. For the times that I felt too much, I've been picking up shells too much. I've been stuck inside hell too much. Too hot, it melt my guts. Baby, I don't mean to tell too much, but I don't got too much left. I could talk to peep signs, baby, I could tell you suck. Blood from your fangs too sharp. Every time I fell, you just watch me bleed. Late night driving through the rain, baby, I was trying to get away. Thoughts I don't wanna entertain. Ay, drunk off, drowning out the pain. Wrong turn, trying to find a way. Fucked up, charges to the game. Ay, late night driving through the rain, baby, I was trying to get away. Thoughts I don't wanna entertain. Drunk off, drowning out the pain. Wrong turn, trying to find a way. Fucked up, charges to the game.
Let me get everything straight. I'ma do whatever it takes. Getting it done, any means, get rid of these snakes. Get on up with my stakes. Going all in like stuff, get rid of these breaks. Nah, I ain't never gonna break. Double my pace till I go down one of the greats. One of the greats, whatever it takes, whatever it takes. Hey, yeah, clocked in, hitting the gym. Locked in, getting it in. Sweat poured over my skin. Pulling up, letting it spin. Hey, Let me get to it again. Do it for the kids that wish like him. Everybody starts somewhere, gotta let it begin. Championships, ayy, I'm standing on strictly for the victory. Big Nick going big league. In the field with the lines like Siegfried. Move quickly, stay shifty. Anything so the bullshit miss me. Strapped up throwing shots like frisbees. Let me get everything straight. I'ma do whatever it takes. Getting it done, any means, get rid of these snakes. And I'm up in my stakes, going all in like Scott. Get rid of these breaks. Nah, I ain't never gonna break. Double my pace till I go down, one of the greats. Ayy, one of the greats. Whatever it takes, whatever it takes. Whatever it takes, staying awake, studying tape. Long nights thinking about finding escapes and how to take over everything that I face. Making mistakes, but it only made me better cause I learned on the path that I paved. Yeah, I had to earn every dollar I made. I'm starting to reign, underdog getting them slain. Yeah. Get out, air it out, letting it bang. In buckets, I'm staring down, letting it hang. I'm wearing out, getting exchanged, yeah. Get out, air it out, taking the rain. Get through the pain, watch everything change. Tearing down everything, breaking the chains. Let me get everything straight. I'ma do whatever it takes. Getting it done, any means, get rid of these snakes. I'm up in my stakes, going all in like Scott. Get rid of these breaks. Nah, I ain't never gonna break. Double my pace till I go down, one of the greats. One of the greats, whatever it takes, whatever it takes. Yeah. Hey, yeah.
really love to drop that weight further, you know. But I like the way I felt on the second set that I just did now. I like the intensity, I like the load, I like everything about that set. So I want to repeat that set, right? I want to repeat that set so I can get that same thing again. Yeah? One more set. Yeah. One more set. Yeah. So I won't touch the load right now. I will just continue with that load and finish up for the last set and just get it done. Then move on to the next exercise, guys. So one more set, last set, let's go.
Hey, yeah. Yeah. Hey, yeah. The temperature rising, I'm a survivor. Made for the climate, forging a fire. They want us to fall, we taking it higher. The temperature rising, I'm a survivor. The temperature rising, I'm a survivor. Made for the climate, forging a fire. They want us to fall, we taking it higher. The temperature rising, I'm a survivor. And I've been hard to kill. High speed, my hands off the wheel. NZT, I've been off the pill. MVP when I show my skill. Horror scene if I lose my chill. Bodies dropping and blood gets spilled. Doing drills, try king of hills. Knicks swinging steel till my throne get built. Crown me, they already finished. As God is my witness, I know I was made from his image. Y'all go up against me as crickets. I'll burn a few bridges as long as you sleep with the fishes. The path that I walk ain't the quickest. I scan for the divots and find a way over the ditches. The money and bitches and everything else that comes with it is all within limits. I get it, I got it. Line on my enemies, watch how they dropping. Stop it. Treat my mentality like I'm psychotic. Iconic. My word is my bond, I'm keeping my promise. I got this. We fall just to get up as part of the process. Don't stop it. The temperature rising, I'm a survivor.
So we're done with our first exercise. We're done. About to hit the second one, rack pulls. Same compound exercise, you know. Like I said earlier, we're gonna hit 2 compound exercises and more lat isolated exercises, right? So first compound exercise done. We're about to hit the second one, rack pulls. So I'll rest a little bit and we get in. Rack pulls, guys. Let's go. So during the time that I was looking to grow my back, very well, to grow a well-detailed back, landmine row was one of the exercises that I actually brought into my training that made one of the most significant changes, right? I wasn't doing this exercise before. I wasn't hitting landmine rows before. I had to bring it in with 2 other exercises into my back routine, and these 3 new exercises made a significant impact on my back. They had a really, really significant impact on my overall back growth, right? So if you're looking to grow an incredible back, a well-defined back, landmine rows should be a staple in your training, in your back training. Should be a staple in your back training. You should really tap into that stuff and really milk the hell out of it. You know, it works. It does really big wonders for the back, and you get to see the results, right? I won't be the one to tell you. You get to see the result when you have actually done it for long enough. Because it's always evident. It's always evident. So just try and see. Just try and see. So rest and rack pulls. Let's go.
Hey,
where we going. Hey, everybody wanna see me stop. Breaking down walls, no sheetrock. Hot boy steaming off top like teapots. Hey, yeah, y'all want smoke, then get hit with a detox. Coast to coast, been a pro, shoot knee locks. Y'all don't rap, the bars weak, those cheap shots. Fuck it, I came through blazing. Call me Kanye, West Craven. Been a villain, I don't need no praising. No cape, I don't do no saving. Ayy, shit, look what you made them. Took everything, look what you gave them. I don't do no handouts, bitch. I'ma stand outside till it pan out, bitch. I'm a man now, pull 100 grand out quick on your chick pick. Look at how she fan out, Nick. Life's a trip, but it panned out. Even with a man down, got my whole team a chip. I don't need a grip, I just need a flip. And flip that 10 times and we see what it get, yeah. That's why I had a bone to pick, how to control the ship so I can go legit. Let's get it going.
Leading the charge, team full of dogs, sinking our teeth in them, rip them all apart. Even when we was counted out, even the odds, leave it to God.
I got a pocket to fill, I ain't stopping until I get it poppin' for real. Nick been a problem, not all of y'all know it, but soon as you do, you'll be copping a plea. Your wifey be copping a fill. Monster, I'm plotting to kill. Make up your mind, I got options to get through. I hope it upset you that nobody stopping me. Went to the bottom and still climbed to the top of the hill. Surfing the wave and you know it get windy. I'm riding the current and hoping it got me a lil. I'm following none, so I be used to the feel. Fuck it, I use it as fuel. Wait till I stop and reveal. Hey, what I got up my sleeve. Hey, way too modest I be. Hey, I would die for whatever I need. Hey, just look at what I bleed. Hey,
Leading the charge, team full of dogs, sinking our teeth in them, rip them all apart. Even when we was counted out, even the odds, leave it to God. Even the odds, leading the charge, team full of dogs, sinking our teeth in them, rip them all apart. Even when we was counted out, even the odds, leave it to God. Even the odds.
I'm big B, rolling through the streets in a 10 speed. Money on my mind, give a f about what a think. I can't waste my time with a that's not like me. Gotta buzz me down in them cubits, keep me icy. Let's go, 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 go. Let's go, let's go, 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 go. Let's go, 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 go. Let's go, let's go, 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 go. Bad bitch, she gon' get her money back tenfold. Call me sis, I ain't your mother kinfolk. Kill that, got him acting like a to that new Boston Richie. How that go? I'm big B, rolling through the streets in a 10 speed. Money on my mind, give a about what a thing. I can't waste my time with a that's not like me. Gotta bust me down in them cubits, keep me icy. Let's go, 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 go. Let's go, let's go, 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 go. Let's go, 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 go. Let's go, let's go, 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 go. If he your mate, he must be my side. Ice cold around my neck, this ain't cryo.
So like I said earlier, our second exercise for today's back day is rack pulls. Right? Rack pulls is one of those exercises that, you know, that we really underrate because we believe we can easily execute deadlift and we won't need that stuff that rack pulls have to offer, you know. But the truth is, not everyone can easily execute deadlifts. And I'm not talking about lifting the weight. I'm talking about what comes after lifting the weight, right? What comes after having to pull that much weight. Most people are able to recover quickly, and most people are not, right? Most people can easily recover from you know, pulling a crazy amount of weight, and most people can easily deviate into an injured phase. So if you are the type that normally you have to scrap deadlift out of your routine because of the how will I put it? Because of the injury-prone nature of the exercise, I think deadlift should come handy, and deadlift should do wonders for you. Deadlift is that. Rack pulls. Rack pulls should come handy, and it should do wonders. Rack pull is that deadlift variation, that deadlift alternative that still offers the best possible outcomes. Very, very similar to deadlift. very, very similar to deadlift. The only difference here is the glute engagement, and the lower body engagement is really not as superb as deadlifts, but the back engagement is still top notch, right? It will still engage your back in more ways than one, and it will really do wonders actually. Instead of having to scrap out that entire exercise or any similar variation, I will really encourage you to do the rack pulls. If you can't really pull from a very low bar, pull from here, right? Pull from here. Pull from here. If you can pull from here, still fine. If you can pull from here, still fine. And if you can go all the way down for deadlift, fine. Not everyone can pull at every phase, at every, how will I put it? Not everyone can execute the exercise the same way. Let me put it this way. Not everyone can execute this exercise the same way. Some people are safe pulling from here. Some are safe pulling from here. And some are safe going all the way down for deadlift, right? So depending on which one suits you, if deadlift works fine, fine. Works fine, fine. If it doesn't work fine, then rack pulls it is. So 3 sets as usual, 3 sets. I might drop the weight if it feels too heavy to be able to execute the required amount of reps that I have in mind, have a rep range in mind. If the weight feels too heavy, to consistently execute that amount of rep range, I'll have to drop the weight down from 3 plates to 2 plates. I don't know yet, but I'll have to execute 3 plates first. And if it feels over the bar, I'll have to drop it down. But for now, I'm not sure of anything. I'll have to do this first. So let's get set up and hit the first set. Let's go.
Body right, model type, she got that lipo. He's so good, turning to a psycho. I'm big B, rolling through the streets in a 10 speed. Money on my mind, give a about what a thing. I can't waste my time with a that's not like me. Gotta bust me down in them cubits, keep me icy. Let's go, 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 go. Let's go, let's go, 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 go. Let's go, 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 go. Let's go, let's go, 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 go. He said I'm the truth, I'm about to put that in my bio. Kicking out my way like it's Tybo. I've been running so long and I still got my eyes closed. Wanna be me, so I made that slideshow. I'm big B, rolling through the streets in a 10 speed. Money on my mind, give a about what a thing. I can't waste my time with a that's not like me. Gotta bust me down in them cubits, keep me icy.
Let me get everything straight. I'ma do whatever it takes. Getting it done, any means, get rid of these snakes. Fuck it, I'm up on my stakes. Going all in like stuff, get rid of these breaks. Nah, I ain't never gonna break. Double my pace till I go down one of the greats. One of the greats, whatever it takes, whatever it takes. Ayy, yeah. Clocked in, hitting the gym. Locked in, getting it in. Sweat poured over my skin. Pulling up, letting it spin. Ayy. Let me get to it again. Do it for the kids that wish like him. Everybody starts somewhere, gotta let it begin. Championships, ayy, I'm standing on shit. Strictly for the victory. Big Nick going big leagues. In the field with the lines like Siegfried. Move quickly, stay shifty. Anything so the bullshit miss me. Strapped up throwing shots like frisbees. Let me get everything straight. I'ma do whatever it takes. Getting it done, any means, get rid of these snakes. Fuck it, I'm up on my stakes. Going all in like stuff, get rid of these breaks. Nah, I ain't never gonna break. Double my pace till I go down one of the greats. Ayy, one of the greats, whatever it takes, whatever it takes. Whatever it takes, staying awake, studying tape. Long nights thinking about finding escapes and how to take over everything that I face. Making mistakes, but it only made me better cause I learned on the path that I paved. Yeah, I had to earn every dollar I made. I'm starting to reign, underdog getting them slain. Yeah. Fuck it, I'll air it out, letting it bang. Getting buckets, I'm staring down, letting it hang. Bitches I'm wearing out, getting exchanged, yeah. Fuck it, I'll air it out, taking the rain. Get through the pain, watch everything change. Tearing down everything, breaking the chains. Let me get everything straight. I'ma do whatever it takes. Getting it done, any means, get rid of these snakes. Fuck it, I'm up on my stakes. Going all in like stuff, get rid rid of these breaks. Now I ain't never gonna break. Double my pace till I go down one of the greats. One of the greats, whatever it takes, whatever it takes. Yeah.
So, like I said earlier, I had a rep range in mind, and I really wanted to hit that rep range at all cost, and I was able to hit that rep range, and it was 15 reps. 15 reps. So I also have a rep range in mind for the second set, and I'm gonna destroy that rep range at all cost. So for me to do that, well, for me to actually execute that amount of reps, I have to drop the weight down a little bit. Probably take out 20 and replace with 10, 120 plate, 120 kg plate and replace with 10, just for me to be able to execute my desired rep range, you know. Reps always mean everything to me. My sets are almost too generic, right? It's either 3 or 4 sets across the board. Either 3 or 4 sets across the board. But rep range is changed according to how I'm feeling, according to the energy level I came to the gym with, according to a lot of factors that really influence our rep ranges, right? But as much as mine change, I really like sticking to minimum of 10 reps. That's for a reason, because that's what works best for me, a minimum of 10 reps. So if I'm gonna execute an exercise and it's not gonna give me at least 10 reps, I will have to drop down the weight. That's how I train. I will have to reduce the weight to be able to get a minimum of 10 reps. That's not adding deadlift though, because most times on my deadlift, I don't really get up to 10 reps, but that's still fine. Apart from deadlifts, every other exercise, I try to hit at least 10 reps minimum. So I really want to be able to surpass the 10 rep range on this second set. So for me to be able to do that, I have to drop down the weight, like I said earlier. So I'll be dropping it down and possibly get at least 12 or 13 reps if I can, Let's go, guys. Let's go. And, sometimes we all forget the fact that life is really unpredictable, Life is really, really unpredictable. Sometimes we can do everything right and still end up with the wrong results, Sometimes we can do everything really, really perfectly and still end up with that undesired result. Sometimes we can try our best and, go against all odds, right? To achieve our dreams, and we can still end up not even going anywhere near our dreams, And as much as that really hurts, that stuff really feels bad, you shouldn't really blame yourself, because it's really not your fault. It's not anyone's fault, because from personal experience, things can go wrong regardless. From personal experience, things can go wrong even when everything has been done right. And it's not your fault. So if you are in that situation right now and you're really beating yourself up, you have to stop. You really have to stop doing that, because it's not your fault. You've done your best. You leave the rest for the universe to decide, right? You've done your best. Luckily, you show up, but if you're unlucky, don't beat yourself up too much. Just keep going. The most important thing is that you keep going regardless, right? The most important thing is that you keep going regardless of the outcome. You've set out to do something, and the outcome is really unfavorable. And this is something that you really want to do. This is something that you've really set out to do. Just keep doing it. Just keep doing it. Because most times, if we focus too much on the outcome, we might really be highly discouraged to continue. As much as the outcome is still an important metric to decide if we should keep going or not, sometimes the outcome can really be very limiting. Can really be very, very limiting, you know. So when you find yourself in that phase where you've tried your best, you've done everything that you can, and the outcome is really unfavorable, remind yourself that it's not your fault. You've tried. You've done your best. And the only reasonable thing to do is to keep going, regardless. Just keep moving, keep surging ahead, guys. I think that's the only way to be able to overcome and to deal with a lot of those negative outcomes. Because they can really be nasty at times, you know. Can really be nasty. So let's, you want, okay, you're done, okay. I was able to get 15 reps on the second set, and that was really amazing. You know, that was really, really incredible. And I think I'll stick with this for the last set. I'll stick with this weight for the last set because I believe I should be able to get at least 10 again, or possibly 12, 13, 14, or 15 for the last set. We should be done with this exercise, rack pulls, and compound exercise. We should end our compound exercise run for today. I won't really rest much in between sets today. So we'll go hit our last set ASAP. Last set, let's go.
Hey, yeah. Let me get everything straight. I'ma do whatever it takes. Getting it done, any means, get rid of these snakes. Fuck it, I'm up in my stakes. Going all in like stuff, get rid of these breaks. Nah, I ain't never gonna break. Double my pace till I go down, one of the greats. One of the greats, whatever it takes, whatever it takes. Hey. Yeah, clocked in, hitting the gym, locked in, getting it in. Sweat poured over my skin, pulling up, letting it spin. Ayy, yeah, let me get to it again. Do it for the kids that wish like him. Everybody starts somewhere, gotta let it begin. Championships, ayy, I'm standing on shit. Strictly for the victory. Big Nick on big leagues. In the field with the lines like Siegfried. Move quickly, stay shit me. Strapped up, throwing shots like frisbees. Let me get everything straight, I'ma do whatever it takes. Getting it done, any means, get rid of these snakes. Fuck it, I'm up in my stakes. Going all in like stuff, get rid of these breaks. Nah, I ain't never gon' break. Double my pace till I go down one of the greats. Ayy, one of the greats, whatever it takes. Whatever it takes. Whatever it takes, staying awake, studying to go down one of the greats. One of the greats, whatever it takes. Whatever it takes.
Look, we tastemakers, groundbreakers, fuck up, we crown shakers. Moved us out the margin, we're writing, that's how we found paper. Hustle nature, since we was riding back on them scooter razors. Had no stable footage since then, I've been the earthquaker. Brown sugar and cinnamon, don't think that I'm the greatest, I just settle for the synonyms. Hey, they wonder what's got it into him. I took a couple losses, my nigga, I'm trying to win again and win again and win again. I ain't taking minimums, my destiny was written in. Coming with a different scent, coming with a different stench. Smelling like greatness and I spray it every day, that's the latest. The world been moving crazy all around me. I was hotter than my feelings when you found me. I'm just too aware of my surroundings, looking at the blessings I've been counting. The world been moving crazy all around me. I was hotter than my feelings then you found me. I'm just too aware of my surroundings. I've been looking at the blessings I've been counting. Look, I've been counting my blessings, but still stuck in my thoughts. Here I go, stuck in my head again. Daily I've been looking for some peace, what would you recommend? Have a couple drinks, go to sleep, then reset again. That's everything I'm better than, but everything I'm used to. Sticking to the basics, got me looking for a new glue. Looking for a new crew, looking for a new outlet that doesn't sacrifice my self-respect. I don't know all the steps that I'm taking, still walking through it. Hope I find a shawty that really listens and talk me through it. Oftentimes we end up smashing in love and lust. They asking for my heart, don't give it, it's hard to trust. Consider that.
So we're done with our 2 compound exercises to achieve thickness when it comes to the back, right? Remember, our goal for today is thickness and size, thickness and width. It hits my lats, but not primarily, right? It just engulfs the entire back. But now I want to isolate my lats one by one and hit the hell out of them. Isolate my arms. I have to actually hit the exercise in an isolated manner, which will target those lats and open them up all the way down, all the way from here down, all the way down, right? So 3 exercises for the lats, and we should be good. So this 10 reps minimum, 2 here, and I'll try to hit this grip first, and probably 2 of this grip, or 2 of this grip and 1 of this grip. You know, you can see there are 2 grips here, this and this. So I'll probably, switch, choose which one to hit twice and which one to hit once, since we are hitting 3 sets for this exercise. But I'll definitely start with this, then I will decide how to go from there, right? So seated, isolated machine rows. Let's go. There is something that sometimes we fail to grasp. There's something that sometimes we fail to grasp, we fail to understand, and we go on to blame ourselves, we go on to beat ourselves up, but failing to understand that we really had no control over the outcome of so many things that go on in our lives. We have little to no control over the outcome of them, right? We can hardly control their outcomes. And what I'm saying is, that phase in life where you fail, that phase in life where everything is falling apart, that phase in life where everything is going to shit, that phase in life where you don't even know what's going on anymore. You don't even know what you're doing. You don't even know what you're going to do. You don't even know how you will start to fix this problem. And you blame yourself because most of the times you thought you caused the problem. But if you are granted the third eye, if you have a third eye perspective on that issue, you realize that you had little to no control over the outcome of that situation, right? And this issue plagues everyone, from the wretched poor to the multi-billionaire. We all have that phase where we fail. We all have that phase where we are confused, where we are stuck, where we don't even know if we should keep living, where we ask the question, what's the point, right? Where we stay up at night with anxiety, where we are scared that everything will be taken away, that scared phase. Everyone goes through that phase. Why? Because that is the phase that is required for you to actually achieve something great. That is I call it the humbling phase, because that is where you actually discover who you are. That is where you actually reflect a lot, because what are you going to do? What else are you going to do? The only thing you have to do is reflect. If you have a good mindset, if you have a positive mindset towards the situation. But when you have a negative mindset towards the situation, all you do is blame. You blame yourself, you blame everyone around you, you blame everyone involved, right? Forgetting that nobody had any atom of control. I mean real control. Everyone goes through this phase. Everyone. If you read the memoirs of most influential people, they will tell you about this phase, because it's a really interesting phase that is really interesting to talk about when you have passed that phase. But when you are currently in that phase, it's not funny. Nothing is funny. But when you come out of the other side victorious, then it's easy to talk about. Everyone wants to talk about it. And I know some of you guys are currently in that phase. I've been in that phase myself. I know how it feels. And some of you guys are currently in that phase. Just know that the only thing you have to do is just to keep doing what you're doing. Just keep doing what you're doing. If you feel that what you're doing is right, keep doing what you're doing. It will pass. How do I know that it will pass? Because that phase always passes. Everyone that have gone through that phase will tell you that phase will pass. It can pass for the better, it can pass for the worse, but that phase will surely pass. Then you can reflect and think back on it and laugh, and smile. Don't panic too much. Don't have anxiety. Don't stay up at night thinking about it. Just remind yourself, just keep telling yourself, this too shall pass, this phase shall pass. This is just a phase, it will pass. I'm just going through this momentarily, it will pass. This is just temporary, it will pass. That is the kind of mindset to attack difficult times. That is the kind of mindset we need to have when we are plagued with a difficult time, when we are plagued with a difficult situation, a difficult decision. It will always pass. Keep reminding yourself, this is a phase. It will pass. This is a phase. It will pass. This is temporary. It will pass. This is not going to be permanent. It's surely going to pass. And it's definitely going to pass. And you watch it pass. Then you look back and smile. Then you talk about it like it's fun. We all know that phase isn't fun. From personal experience, that phase is not fun. But that's the phase that makes champions. That's the phase where any decision you make can make or break you. Any decision you make in that phase can make or break you. So most times the best advice is to not be too hasty in decision making once you are in that phase. Don't be too hasty in decision making. Take your time. This is just a phase. It will pass. So we're done with 2 sets of this. We're about to hit third set. And I actually decided to go with this grip. Instead of this, I did this first, I did the second, and I think I'm going to repeat this for the last set, right? So last set, let's go. So for our fourth back exercise today, like I said, now we are targeting the lats. So our fourth exercise will be lat pull downs, right? Seated, inclined, cable lat pull downs. And we'll be hitting it here, right? We'll get a bench set up here, a little bit inclined, then we just pull from here. So I will get set up and we'll get right straight to it. So let's go. Fourth exercise, let's go. So this is one of the best go-to variations to replace the traditional lat pull downs. This is one of the best go-to variations, right? So instead of hitting the traditional isolated lat pull downs from top to bottom with cable lat pull downs, you can just stretch as far as you want, as much as you want, and pull as far back as you want. So this is one of the best variation. If you're looking to switch things up on back days, this will be a staple. This is a go-to exercise for your back days, you know. If you don't want to do the traditional stuff, it's still a basic exercise. This is still a basic exercise. So it's not really, I wouldn't really call it a fancy stuff. It's still basic stuff, you know. So one set done, 2 more sets to go, and we should be good. So I'll be going with the same intensity. I might not drop it down. I might reduce the rep range from 15 to maybe around 10 or 12, maintaining the same load, right? Retaining the load. I wouldn't want to go anything below this load. So the load is fine. It's perfect for what I'm looking for. So I will just maybe drop the rep range if it feels too crazy. If it feels too crazy, I will drop the rep range and maybe nothing below 10 as usual, but at least something below 15 if I'm feeling like it, you know. But if not, then 15 it is. 15 it is. So second set, let's go. So we're done with this. We're done with our fourth back exercise. And we're heading straight to the last one, the fifth one. Close grip, lat pull downs, top to bottom, you know. Straight pull, close grip, and we should be good for today's back day, you know. So close grip, let's go. So last exercise for today, close grip, lat pull down. Like I said earlier, now we're targeting the lats. We're trying to open the lats up and get it to widen up. So last exercise, close grip, lat pull down. Let's go. I won't be saying much. I'll just dive straight to the workout and just get it done. 3 sets as usual, 10 reps minimum, and we should be good. Let's go.
I know I've been quiet for a minute, I've been grinding, still in it, I've been counting these digits, excuse me. I know I've been quiet for a minute, but I'm back on my business. If you see me, don't trip, just excuse me. Wrong if I do, wrong if I don't. That's why I do me no matter what, so excuse me. Lie if I do, lie if I don't. The proof is in the story, take a seat and excuse me.
The crash came when the cash came. Spend it before you get it, like those rookies all on draft day. For the love like it's match game. Hit the ground running, really do it for my last name. They act different when the facts change. I'm not with the tip attack games. In my own league, I don't chase game. In my own league, I don't hang with lanes.
I know I've been quiet for a minute, I've been grinding, still in it, I've been counting these digits, excuse me. I know I've been quiet for a minute, but I'm back on my business. If you see me, don't trip, just excuse me.
First set done. So I have to drop the weight a little bit for the second set. So I'm still aiming for 10 reps minimum. And let's go, guys. Let's just get it done. Let's go.
That be talking about who can be talking about me. Feeling like stretch where I got all this reach. Feeling too blessed when I step on these beats. Nah, how could that be? I could beat the pressure, I could beat the 2-3. Jab, jab, hook, then I duck and I weave. It was never you, it was me versus me.
I know I've been quiet for a minute, I've been grinding, still in it, I've been counting these digits, excuse me. I know I've been quiet for a minute, but I'm back on my business. If you see me, don't trip, just excuse me. Wrong if I do, wrong if I don't. That's why I do me no matter what, so excuse me. Lie if I do, lie if I don't. The proof is in the story, take a seat and excuse me.
Better get some, swinging for the fences, I might leave it in the sun. Every picture.
Do the part that I have to pause. I have to take it down more to be able to finish the last set. So let's go.
City kid couldn't dream a bigger one. A marathon, never run. Check the scoreboard, how I'm feeling like I won.
I know I've been quiet for a minute, I've been grinding, still in it, I've been counting these digits, excuse me. I know I've been quiet for a minute, but I'm back on my business. If you see me, don't trip, just excuse me. Wrong if I do, wrong.
We're good. We're good.
Excuse me. Lie if I do, lie if I don't. The proof is in the story, take a seat and excuse me.
So, bicep guys, biceps. I want to train my biceps today. I just finished a very intense back exercise, back workout session, right? Really, really intense and brutal. So, I want to hit, normally I would hit my triceps after back day, but today I want to try something different and hit my biceps. 4 bicep exercises, right? 4 bicep exercises for growth, for size, you know, for everything biceps. So, first of all, as usual, curls, right? Curls will always come first because that's one of the ways to grow the biceps, curls. Machine curls, barbell curls, dumbbell curls, cable curls. Curls is the most significant way to grow your biceps. So I don't think we'll be doing anything other than curls today. Bicep curl, barbell curls, dumbbell curls, barbell curls, and some cable curl variations just to get the bicep well pumped. So first exercise for biceps. Let's go.
Flex up. I wanna play with my girl.
I need to tell you. I want Unless you talking numbers, we ain't speaking about the right things. Switch up on my nigga for a figure, that's not like me. Baddie with a body in the lobby, she like nice things. She used to know me then, she like me now, that's funny timing. Eyes been on that prize, I copped that crib for that timepiece. I'm trying to see the globe and sell out shows until the flight leave. They wanna ride my ties, but they ain't even ride or die, please. But I've been short on time and in the prime of my
So first exercise today for the bicep is creature curls. You all know this exercise is one of the best bicep growing exercise. It's one of the best things you can actually do for your biceps, creature curls. And there are different variations of this exercise actually. It has different variations. But this is one of the stable variations out there. This is one of the stable ones. So not much cardio. Let's go. Let's go.
Pin game, been petrol. Just set it in the flesh hole. Send a text mail to give a wet clothes. On the vapor wave to make a drip drip with the left lobe and the left stroke.
Flex up.
I'ma make plays, I'ma go long. Never look back so long. Yeah.
Flex up.
Shawty on 10, finna go up. Bring that to the crib, let me show love.
Flex up.
I'ma make plays, I'ma go long. Never look back so long. I need a bag.
Flex up.
I need a tag, yeah.
Shawty on 10, finna go up. Bring that to the crib, let me show love.
Ayy, come from the pit, I'm out of the trench, my nigga, we. Look at the drip, my nigga, we ran shit all on my way. I never let them play me, but they claiming that they know my songs. I tell them quote the lines until I'm goated, bitch, I'm going off. Loyal to my soil and the culture, I'm that chosen one. I just got a bag, she wanna fuck, I think she know I'm star. I can't do no wrong, look in her eyes, she wouldn't know I'm scarred. They try to justify me going up like they don't know he raw. Off of that dough, just fuck what they told you, I'm never sober. Gripping the split for the chip on my shoulder, trying to decode this. They label me thug, I keep it a buck, I don't give a fuck about it. Out of the mud, they showing me love, my nigga, what's up? Out of my way, bitch, I need the paper. Fuck what you want, I mean, I know later. I keep it short with the conversation. Out of my lane, niggas got a brain in the cockpit with no hands on it. I've been the man with the plan, homie. Trip that to the man with the bands on me and a passport with the stamps on it. I'ma make plays, I'ma go long. Never look back so long. Yeah. Shawty on 10, finna go up. Bring that to the crib, let me show love. I'ma make plays, I'ma go long. Never look back so long. I need a bag. I need a tag, yeah.
Shawty on 10, finna go up. Bring that to the crib, let me show love.
Yeah, 10 out of 10, let's rate. I been going big on the page, gotta stay do research. Check out the back of my plates. I rep so heavy, attack when I take. Still I'm on it for the long run. That name that you got, say the right one. Don't try me, I rap like a python. Had enough of the talk, let me hustling. Got my name up, came up off of nothing. Jersey gon' hang up like Jane, cause I'm chosen. Need my necklace and wrists, sit frozen. Getting bread out the game like I throwed it. It don't make me no bigger to show it. Fuck a stack, cause I'm here for the trophy. Made it law where they cannot appeal. Show them that the less than all the real. What you think it cost me out the deal?
All I know is how I came in from the dough. Since a nigga touched down, all they want is more. Now I'm known to the world, I ain't tryna
how I move. I still ain't did a write off on these juniors yet. I never even claimed that we was cool. Really, I was just playing it by the rules. Still moving like gang, I never
So, last set, guys. Let's go. Last set, let's go.
Did it all of my prior just to prove that I can make it all real without they rules. And for the haul, I don't plan on stopping soon.
All I know is how I came in from the door. Since a nigga touched down, all they want is more. Now I'm numb to the world, I ain't tryna feel. Just run it up till I hit a meal. Till I hit a meal. Till I hit a meal. Run it up till I hit a meal.
So we're done with our first exercise for the biceps. We're done. Heading straight to the second one, which will be normally I want to hit barbell curls, but I will change that up with dumbbell curls. 3 sets as usual, 10 reps minimum. Then we can come back to the barbell curls, right? So let's go. And for everyone that took the time to tune into the live stream, I really appreciate making our time to come watch me train. And just have fun, guys. Just have fun. And I hope you pick a thing or two from this training session. That's all I'm trying to do. Teach, preach, educate, instruct. And I hope you get something from this session, guys. Let's go. So for our second bicep exercise, we'll be hitting dumbbell curls, like I said earlier. Dumbbell curls, and when we're done with dumbbell curls, then we come hit barbell standing curls, right? So dumbbell curls, let's go. Let's go. And I said something before about trying to grow your biceps and having to hit curls, having to hit dumbbell curls when you are trying to grow your biceps. And I see, no worries. I see a lot of people do this. I see many people do this, right? This. And as much as this works, I'm not saying it doesn't work, but as much as it works, it requires you to have existing muscle mass in that biceps for it to actually tap into what this particular movement can offer. You really need to have already existing substantial muscle mass in the biceps for you to tap into the benefits of this exercise. And when you are coming from a beginner phase, when you're coming from a newbie phase, you really don't have that much muscle mass to begin with, right? So in as much as this will help in a way, you are looking to grow your biceps. You are looking to grow your biceps. You are looking to even, grow enough substantial muscle mass in the bicep to be able to tap into other exercises that really benefits the biceps. That really requires you to have enough muscle mass, enough existing muscle mass. So instead of doing that, instead of doing what I showed you earlier, instead of doing this, I always encourage to do this, right? I always encourage to put the dumbbell in a hammer position. This is hammer position, and curl inward towards your second chest. If you're hitting your right biceps, you curl inward towards your left chest. If you're hitting your left biceps, you curl inward towards your right chest. That way, you are able to build enough momentum to go for as high reps as possible, because what the muscles of the arm needs is high reps. The muscle of the arm is one of the muscles that really, really requires you to hit crazy amount of reps to really stimulate that muscle to grow. And biceps is like one of the top muscles that really requires a lot of reps. So for you to be able to execute a lot of reps on dumbbell bicep curls, you should be able to do this. Whether you call this a bad form or not, that's your business actually. But this is really a game changer when it comes to training your biceps. This movement has been used for decades, has been used for ages, and it will always work, and it will keep working even to the next decade. It has been proven to always work. So if you're looking to grow your biceps, do this and hit as many reps as possible, right? And do this week in, week out, and I guarantee you bicep growth. Like, the results will be irrefutable. Nobody can deny you that result anymore. You will get it when it comes to growing your biceps. You get results. So just try it, guys. Just try it. First set for the dumbbell curls. Let's go. was the first set. That was the first set for our dumbbell curls, right? We still have 2 more sets to go, and I'll try my best to still maintain the same intensity. You can see how intense this was, right? I'll try my best to maintain the intensity and try and hit the same amount of rep range for 2 more sets. Then we can move to the third bicep exercise. So first set done. Second set, let's go. Hi. Hi there now. So that was the second set. The reason why I progressed on this set is just for intensity, understand? Just to intensify the exercise. I really wanted to make it as hard as possible, as intense as possible, right? So I picked the 30 kg plate, the 30 kg dumbbells to be able to pull that, to be able to achieve that. So probably be hitting the same weight, 30 kg for the third set, which is the last set, right? To still get that feeling. I still want to get the same feeling for the last set. So still aiming for high rep range, of course. So after this set, we'll now go hit the barbell curls. 3 sets as usual, 3 sets as usual. Man, that was intense. That was really intense. That was really intense, Last set, let's go. Last set, let's go. done with this. We're done with this exercise. Dumbbell hammer curls, curled inward, like I said. And now we'll be hitting the barbell curls for 3 sets, 10 reps minimum, you know, just to get the work done, right? We'll rest a bit and just hit it off. Let's go. Third exercise for the biceps, like I said earlier, standing bicep curls. So I will do a strict standing bicep curl. I will just try my best to keep my body straight here, right? Just try to keep my body in a strict position here and just curl, you know. And that really works, that really do wonders. So that will be our third exercise for today, for today's bicep session. So 3 sets as usual, 3 sets. I will try my best to at least get 10 reps, at least 10 reps, right? At least 10 reps. So let's go, let's go. No hay figo. our third exercise for the bicep is done. 3 sets, like I said, 10 reps minimum, and we're done with the third. We're heading straight to the last exercise, the fourth exercise, which is the last one. Cables. We'll do something with cables, right? Cable curls. Just good old cable curls. Simple cable curls, and we should be good. We'll try not make it as intense as possible, as usual. And that should wrap up our biceps session for today. We should be good. So, bicep cable curls. Let's go. So last exercise for the biceps, fourth bicep exercise for today is cable bicep curls. So three sets as usual, 10 reps minimum. I won't be saying much, I'll just dive straight into the workout and just get it done. Let's go. So that was the first set. I think I'll progress a little bit on this to make the second set more intense. Maybe shorter reps, but more intense. So let's go. So last set, let's go. I'll still progress a little bit to finish up and see if I can get 10 reps, to round this stuff up. Let's go. That was really intense. So, four bicep exercises done. My bicep is really puffed, it's really pumped today. I think that should be good for the week. I think we're good. Have fun, guys. Have fun. Yo guys, back there again. We are back after a very long hiatus. So first exercise for this year, Abi. This year, not really this year though. Lately, back. Yeah, not this year actually. Back there. So as usual, 4 to 5 exercises, right? Starting with warm-ups, pull-ups. Then we take it from there, guys. We take it from there. So pull-ups, let's go. So all this while I've been trying to improve my back, you know. I've been incorporating a lot of exercises, right, to really target and improve my overall back. So, and since the last feedback from the judges till now, I've seen a lot of improvements, right? I've seen a lot of improvement, an incredible improvement in my back. So I just decided to, keep doing what I did to get that much improvement and see if I can get more out of it, So I'll be showing you everything I do, exactly how I do them, exactly how I work. The reps, the sets, the intensity, everything. So as usual, 3 to 4 sets of lat pull-ups, right? First set down, second set, let's go. So some might argue why I don't hit lat pull-ups or rather pull-ups with weights, right? I prefer to hit body weight pull-ups only. So I believe I'm already heavy enough. I wouldn't want to add any extra weight to my body weight. I get the best out of the exercise when I do it this way, right? I get the best out of it, and I'm able to enjoy it and do it the way I want, the way I like. Other than doing it the way you think it should be done, right? Most things are not set on stone, as you know. So you just have to find the perfect balance and do things your way, Learn to do things your way sometimes. 2 sets down, 3rd set, let's go. So we're done with warm-ups, pull-ups. Headed straight to the landmine row. Landmine row. Actually, this is the exercise that I've seen more. This is the exercise that I've seen the most improvement from. right? The landmine row. I took my time, learned the proper form, learned how to lift it properly, learned how to land the movements properly, right? How to work with heavy weights, how to bring it down and work with that too. And so far so good. I've seen a lot of improvement from just that one exercise. So and as you all know, it's a compound exercise for the back. So I always like to start with that, or start with deadlift, right? But these days I deadlift less. So it's basically landmine row, or any row variation that I can actually lay my hands on. But most of the time, landmine rows, guys. So landmine rows, let's go. 3 or 4 sets, and I should be good. I'm aiming for at least 10 reps minimum, working from very heavy stuff all the way down, right? So let's go.
drip, real plush, huh? Internet tea off a blue pill. Hand grip stack of the blue cheese. Turn that to a bag at a new crib. Nice big spot by the seaside. Never stressed on for a handout. Niggas ain't on, but I be on. Niggas ain't on, need to rewrite. Yeah. Gold fronts to show the color of my soul. Fuck who you think you is, you got me in a mode. Where I'm from, we live and die by the code. Either that or sell your soul to get a roll. Black boy joy, she wanna see the Forbes like I wanna see her form. Tell me what you for, yeah. Ayy, it pay me, but I'm old, yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. All this money on me. Yeah, yeah. Cash rules all around me. Yeah, yeah. All this money around me. Yeah, yeah. Cash rules all around me. Yeah.
Need a scale, odds for success like it's Braille. Brain on Ivy, could've went to Yale. If you make it rain, I make it hell. Cliche quotes never fail. Focus in the wrong, always yells. If you put in work, you prevail. Only quote I need is keep it real. Clothes all black, cars all black. Game on tap, game intact. First I scrap, then I stack. Only thing changed is the location on the map. Clothes all black, cars all black. Game on tap, game intact. First I scrap, then I stack. Only thing changed is the location on the map. Watches plain to Lester's factory. Bought a Tesla, need no gasoline. She likes when we go on shopping sprees. Go from Nike straight to Louis V. Money, power, I've been in between. I've been spending money like it's free. Kick it low, I'm rarely on the scene. Kick it low, the next Bruce Lee. GMT, it cost me 17. I've been on the go since 17. You know how it goes. Yada yada, you know what I mean. Clothes all black, cars all black. Game on tap, game intact. First I scrap, then I stack. Only thing changed is the location on the map. Clothes all black, cars all black. Game on tap, game intact. First I scrap, then I stack. Only thing changed is the location on the map. I can switch locations on the map. Toss a dart and we go where it's at. Calculate the numbers, see the stats. Win, run it back. Novak in the booth for 40 love. Rafa on the clay, I can't be touched. With my fam, I made it out the mud. Pressure made a diamond in the rough. That's why I grind all life. I shine. Clothes all black, cars all black. Game on tap, game intact. First I scrap, then I stack. Only thing changed is the location on the map. Clothes all black, cars all black. Game on tap, game intact. First I scrap, then I stack. Only thing changed is the location on the map.
So guys, we're done with, we just finished the landmine rows, right? We're headed straight to seated machine rows, but seated machine roll is the exercise, right? Seated machine rolls, but I won't be sitting, or I won't fully be sitting, right? You see how I do it, then you get what I mean. So we'll be hitting machine rolls now, 3 or 4 sets as usual, 10 to 15 rep range, perfect spot, and I should be good. Let's go, guys. Also, so I see a lot of people, right, underestimating an exercise because they haven't done it to the point of seeing good results from them, right? Sometimes an exercise requires you to do it consistently over a period of time before you even start to see even the smallest of results sometimes. So you have to try as much as possible to hit that exercise and keep hitting that exercise to the point where you can say, okay, I've done this quite a long time now. I should be able to tell if this works for me or not, right? You can't tell so soon. Most exercises, you can't tell so soon. Like landmine rows, for newbies or beginners, you won't really see quick gains from landmine rows unless you keep hitting it every back day or every 2 back days, right? You have to keep hitting it and keep hitting it consistently for you to actually see results. So don't always be looking out for new things. The results you are looking for are in the workouts, the most basic workouts you are ignoring, right? The basic ones that you ignore. That is where most of your results are. So you really have to go back to the basic, right? Go back to the basic and try to embrace those basic exercises. They are the foundation of whatever you're trying to build. Embrace them. Do them for a very long time, consistently, right? In your own way. And as time goes on, you will learn to modify them for yourself. The better you modify them, the better results you get from them, right? So we're done with this. Heading straight to a new one. Let's go, guys. So this exercise will primarily target the upper back, a bit of the mid back, and the lats, right? Because I'll be hitting it this way. I'll be making this movement, right? So it will target this entire area of the back, the lats, the upper back, and the mid back. So I'm hitting a moderately heavy weight so as to be able to get that intensity, right? When I'm releasing, and also get enough intensity when I'm trying to make my own movement. Like I said, like I normally say, every exercise has 2 movements: your movement and the movement that belongs to the machine or the piece of equipment you're working with, right? So I always like to focus on my own part of the movement. I save my energy when I'm releasing, right? And I put as much energy as I can into completing my own part of the movement. When I'm done with mine, I will allow the machine or the equipment to do its work. I'll just let it go, right? And focus my energy on doing mine. This is mine. This doesn't belong to me. This belongs to me. I can barely control this. When I try to control this, I tend to, exert a lot of energy. So, but I can put all my energy on doing this, but I wouldn't want to put my energy on doing this, right? So, yeah, some people might not really agree with this method, but it works for me. I know folks that want to, slowly release and, get a hold of that tension. I don't want to do that. I want to spend all my energy on doing my own part of the movement. The machine should do is work. I won't do mine and do the machine's work too, right? So I'll focus on doing mine, let the machine or the piece of equipment do its work, and we are good, right? So 3 to 4 sets here, 10 to 15 reps minimum, and we should be good, guys. Let's go. So we're done with our second exercise for today, which is this. We're heading straight to the dumbbell rows, which is the third exercise for today. Dumbbell rows, guys. So heavy dumbbell rows. I'll put it that way, heavy dumbbell rows, guys. So 3 or 4 sets as usual, some heavy shit. Then we'll go to our pull downs, right? Lat pull downs. So dumbbell rows will be the last row movement we'll be doing today. So after rows, pull downs, guys. Dumbbell rows. Let's go. How far now? I don't finish for that. I don't finish now. Okay, now that you want to start on my day. I don't finish. We don't resume work. So dumbbell rows, guys. Dumbbell rows. The thing is, when it comes to this exercise, right? While you are performing the exercise as a newbie or as a beginner, your body is trying to correct your form by itself. Your body is trying to put you in the best possible position for you to get the best out of the exercise, right? But now when you have this form in mind, when you have this best form in mind, and you are trying to counter what your body is trying to do. Your body is trying to give you the best position which it thinks will serve you, and you keep trying to bring it back to how you want it to stay, right? And then you end up realizing that this exercise hurts me, or I don't get the best out of it, or I don't like how it feels, or I don't enjoy it, right? Instead of leaving your body to actually correct your form by itself, put you in the best possible position. Like I always say, a lot of things are not set on stone when it comes to exercising or working out. A lot of things are not set on stone. There are rooms for improvement. There are rooms for change. There are rooms for differences, right? There are room for controversy too. So allow your body to properly position you. You will see someone do it like this, right? You will see someone do it like this. You will see someone do it like this. They are all getting the best out of it, right? You know the movement you're trying to perform. You know where it targets. You know how to perform it. Now, allow your body to help you attain the best possible position to get that exercise properly executed, right? To do it properly. I've tried this. It works, but I really didn't enjoy it much. I tried this. It works. I really didn't enjoy it much until I tried this, right? I put myself in this position first, and I lean forward, and I lift the weight and try to right? And I started to enjoy the exercise. I started to want to do more of it because now I have surrendered, right? I have let go of control and allow my body to adjust itself in the best possible way for me to get the highest amount of enjoyment from the exercise. So you can try that sometimes. And this works for a lot of exercises though, not just this. It works for a lot of exercises. Allow your body to adjust you properly, right? You already know the form. You know the angle you're looking for. You know how you're supposed to stay. You know how you're supposed to execute the exercise. Now allow your body to fine-tune that adjustment, to fine-tune that form, right? Just let go of control a little bit Nothing will happen. Nothing will happen. So don't borrow, guys. Don't borrow. Let's go. One more set to go. 3 sets down. I'll probably be hitting 4 sets throughout today. Every exercise, 4 sets and 10 reps minimum, you know. If I can get 15, fine. If I can't, I make sure I hit 10, you know. So I keep the weight at a very moderate place where I can not too comfortably hit at least 10 reps, right? If I'm able to get extra, good. If I'm not, 10 is good, you know. That way I can be able to struggle a lot, get good intensity, and get to enjoy the exercise at a very perfect pace, and, you know, give enough room for intensity and recovery, you know. Last set, then we go do lat pull downs, 2 variations, and we are good. Oh, let's go. So we're done with this. We're done with this. We're going to stretch. We're going to stretch to the next exercise. Last put downs, wide last put downs, right? We start with wide, then progress to single last put down, single arm last put down, or isolated last put down, right? Or alternating last put downs. But we'll be working with single arms after the wide last put down, guys. So, this shit is crazy. Today was something else. Today was really something else. Last put downs, guys. Let's go. Let's go. So last put downs, guys. 4 sets as usual. 4 sets wide. Then we go to single arms. Let's go. So we're done with this. We're done with wide lat pull downs. Heading straight to our last exercise for today. Single arm lat pull downs, right? So I'll be taking this off and replacing with our single arm grip for the exercise. Single arm lat pull down, guys. Let's go. Let's go. So I started with the first weight and felt really good. So I started to progress a little bit about that, and it didn't feel so good. So I have to come back to the first initial weight, right? To finish up the remaining 2 sets. So we're done. 5 back exercises, right? 4 sets, 10 reps minimum. That's what we did today. From the T-bar row, from the landmine row, right? To the seated rows, to the dumbbell rows, to the wide lat pull downs, to the single arm lat pull downs, right? Everything we did today, 4 sets, 10 reps minimum. With as much weight as we can not so comfortably carry, you know? Heavy enough to give you shape and light enough to help you finish your rep, you know? That's all for today, guys. That's all for today, back day. So today is like the first time I'll be making content in a while. Right, today is like the first time. I paused for a while. I'm back. So I'd like you guys to, you know, tell me what you want to see more. Tell me what you would like to see more. how you want things done, how you want to see it, you know. We don't really know everything. I don't really know everything, right? So I would really like to take some advices from you guys, some pointers from you guys, some critics from you guys, some, you know, some improvements from you guys. So just tell me what you think. Be free. Say your mind in the comment section, you know. What kind of stuff would you like to see more? What would you like to see more? You know, what would you like to see me do more? So no nasty stuff here, guys. No nasty stuff here. So we're done. Back there, big heavy back there, done. I'll maybe flex a little while, flex for a little while, then we call it a day, guys. I'm already finished. I'm done. So let's flex, guys. So that there, guys. So that there. 4 exercises for the shoulders, right? Shoulder press, dumbbell shoulder press, lateral raises, rear shoulder press, that's military press with dumbbells or barbells or split machine, then front raises, right? It's either dumbbells or barbell. So first of all, I'll warm up, as you know, and then I'll get right into it. So let's go, guys. So done warming up. We're going straight to the first exercise. Shoulder press, dumbbell shoulder press. 3 sets as usual. Right, 3 sets and we should be good. Let's go. So I think I will remain here. I won't want to either progress this for now. Maybe I'll take it down a notch for the last set, but I will try it again for the second set. Same weight. And let me see how many reps I can get from it, right? On the second set. It's rainy season, so I'm feeling a little bit under the weather today, which is normal, right? I'm strong enough to come train. Strong enough to do my activities, but deep down I know that something isn't fully right, you know. So first set done. Second set, let's go. I was able to get 15 reps, so I'll repeat this again for the last set. The weight is kind of heavy. Should be at 40, Abby? 40, yeah, 40 kg. 40 kg, it's kind of heavy, yeah. But at least I was able to get 15 reps from it, 2 sets. So I'll try and repeat it again. I'll try and repeat it again for the last set and see if I can at least squeeze out 10 reps from it or a little bit more. I'll be aiming for 10. Anything more than that is a bonus. Yeah, so. First exercise done. First exercise done. We'll be heading straight to the second exercise. Normally I should do the rear Smith machine shoulder press, right? Just this stuff. Normally I should do it next, but I wanted to burn out my shoulders with lateral raises. I wanted to burn my shoulders out with lateral raises before I hit that shit. So when I hit it, it burns more before I then finish up with front raises, right? So next, lateral raises. Let's go. Seated lateral raises. Next exercise. Normally I would do 50 reps standing, but seated will have to be different, right? I'll try, but I don't know if I can hit 50 reps sitting down. But I'll try my best and see how many reps I can get into that. So, 3 sets as usual. 3 sets, and we should be good. I'm working with a 10 kg dumbbell, nothing too heavy, just to be able to focus on the movement and get the reps in. So, first set, let's go, guys. I was able to hit 50. So this is the first time I'll be hitting 50 reps on a seated lateral raises, right? This is the first time I'll be hitting 50 reps on seated lateral raises. It's incredible. I actually had doubts at the beginning though. Had a little bit of doubt at the beginning, but I was able to do it, you know. First set done. Can we get 52nd set and third set? I don't know. I really don't know. But like I did on the first set, I'll try my best to get as much as I can on the second and third set. See what I can squeeze out of the set, guys. Man. It's crazy. This shit hurts. This shit hurts like hell. Hurts like hell. Second set. Second set, guys. Yeah, 50 again. Hurts like hell. Hurts like hell. This shit hurts like hell. She's crazy. Oh shit. Fuck. My shoulder on fire. My shoulder on fire, wale. able to get 50 reps on the first and second set, right? I'll probably aim for 30 reps on the last set because my shoulder's burn like crazy. Probably aim for 30 reps for this last set. My shoulders are burning like hell. It's burn like hell, so. Oh man. This shit is messing with my head. This shit is messing with my head. Badly messing with my head. Last set, let's go. So, second exercise for the day done. Seated lateral raise is done. We'll be heading to the third exercise for today. Press, shoulder press. So, press, raise, press, raise. Right? That's the working formation for today. Press, raise, press, raise. Consider with dumbbell, seated shoulder presses. Move to dumbbell seated lateral raises, right? Then I'll hit Smith machine, kneeling rear shoulder press. Then finish with front raises. I might hit front raises with a plate or a barbell, either a plate or a barbell. But first of all, let's hit the raises first. Smith machine raises next. Let's go. Third exercise, guys. Third exercise. Shoulder press on the Smith. Rear shoulder presses, guys. So I'll drop the weight. I was able to get 10 reps on this, but I was actually aiming for more than 10 reps. I'll drop the weight to 15 and see what I can do with that. Second set, let's go. Not bad, not bad. So I will repeat this weight for the last set, which is the next set. I'll just go with the same weight and finish it up. And after that, we hit our last exercise for today, which is the front raise. I won't really be hitting my rear delts today, specifically, because if you noticed, when I was hitting my lateral raises, I tend to swing as high as I can, right? That's intentional. And the intention behind that was to squeeze my rear delt in the process of hitting my side delt. So I was able to get a lot of squeeze, right? Get a lot of squeeze, and as you can see, it works like hell. Works like hell, right? See? Always works, always works. You mustn't specifically hit your rear delts specifically to get huge rear delts, right? I actually didn't get mine by hitting rear delt exercises. I got my rear delts by optimizing my lateral raises to be able to hit both my side delts and my rear delts in one. And sometimes my front delts too, right? So lateral raises was what helped me shape my entire shoulders the way it is now. I just have to do a lot of reps. As you all know, I do a lot of reps, 50 reps, as high as 50 reps. So that helps with the required intensity to stimulate your shoulder muscles to grow from all angles. To at least grow from all angles, right? You mustn't hit each delt specifically to get what you're looking for. But you still want to hit each delt specifically, be my guest. That helps too, right? That helps. But as a beginner, someone who's looking to have pumpkin delts, huge delts, try and optimize properly to be able to get what you're looking for without having to do too much, Last set, let's go. So this will be my pumping set, right? Very short reps, short range of motion, fast paced, and high reps, right? I can at least get 15 or 20 reps if I can and finish it up. Let's go, guys. we're done. Third exercise done. We're headed to the last one, which is front raises. See ya. How they now, man? How they go now? Yeah, man. So last exercise for today, front raises. Barbell front raises, guys.
Nice clothes and seeing where the night goes. Lately when the lights low, I just get like light bulbs. Attempted to right wrongs, I carry a light load. I travel the right roads, I see how the dice roll. I talk that they need to hear, tell it how I'm dealing with it. They been on that silly shit, I rap to pay the billy. Bitch, I'm trying to see I'm nearly here. Out your floss and plenty big. I don't want no bust down wrist, I'd rather save my innocence. Miss when we were Kool-Aid sick, house outside the church and shit. Niggas out here in the field, they pull it off the hip and empty clip. I'm talking, telling me we bought a bigger crib. Pops is playing to be the scene. On the bigger, better things, I'm in the classroom cutting up. Acting like the bigger kids, my hood was really everything. The bros was more than tenants here. I was barely tenant shit. Couldn't kick a flip for shit. Shit's just copped up within dip till niggas thought we steal that shit. See what we've been dealing with? Let's get broad as filthy here. Hate the fact that I wasn't surprised to hear when Chris got killed. Like I'm barely fitting things. Fuck about me fitting and keep you at a distance. You do like seasons always disappear. I believe in Tuesday and Wednesday. It's been a few days since we had FaceTime. No, it's cliche. My time is Thursday. I miss the old days. I need a replay. I hit your line on Tuesday and Wednesday. It's been a few days since we had FaceTime. No, it's cliche. My time is Thursday. I miss the old days. I need a replay. You could catch me laying in the flowers. Lungs full of them vapors. Losing track of hours. Lip balm on my taste buds. Laying in the flowers. Lungs full of them vapors. My mind never clouded. Who am I complaining? My life was barely cleaning. My daddy made it almost nice. My mom did no complaining. The homies from the block would always tell me that I make it. We made it through the classes, dog. We wrapped the graduation. That bread is actuation for a life that I was made to think that I would not attain. Tell me entertaining, right? But that's the motivation. Now it's more or less occupation. Way less by what I'm making. No, it's nice to make new payment. Much more for any stranger pressing play cause they relating. No, I don't need the credit. I just wanna see you make it to the world. So out of pocket, niggas down. But the praise is really not someone to talk. I'm out here trying to leave my mark and find how best to play the cards I'm dealt without losing my heart. I always had the vision far-sighted. It feel like my life, some like a movie where I might just play a part. Always in it for the art, my nigga. That was from the start of this. I said I never changed. Still empathetic, still split the credit. All of that because of inner weapons. Lately, I'm telling many blessings from the lesson learned. Upon I'm that collected. I've been skipping school and I've been tested. I've become a finder when I feel the pressure. I've been gaining traction, but I feel accepted. I've been running in place. I'll never show my face. I just wanna stick my peace, bitch, all in the day. All I wanna do is celebrate. I'll never caught my break with the legal gas. Got my eyes low. Losing grip in like the wheel spinning at the sideshow. Turn a hater to a crater. Tell them they can die slow. Refine as a better you. Let's see how far you go. Get your O's from the cove. I'm putting on for the coast. I'm
And we're done. We're done. Shoulder day done. 4 exercises. 3 sets per exercise. 10 reps minimum. Done.
FaceTime, no, it's cliche. My time is Thursday. I miss the old days. I need a replay. I hit your line on Tuesday and Wednesday. It's been a few days since we had FaceTime. No, it's cliche. My time is Thursday. I miss the old days. I need a replay. You could catch me laying in the flowers. Lungs full of
Push, pull workouts, guys. Push, pull workouts. So I'm training my uppers today. So I'm training back and tricep, right? In a push, pull split, right? Push, pull workout split. So 4 exercises, right? 4 for the back and probably 2 for the triceps, right? I will share the 2 tri exercises among the 4 back exercises to get the work done today. So first of all, we get warmed up for the back and a little bit for the triceps, and we hit our first compound lift, which should be either landmine row or rack pulls or deadlift, but I'll decide though. So pull-ups, let's go. So, like I said earlier, like I said earlier, back and tries, supersets, but in a push, pull, split, right? Push, pull, split. So I still have like 2 or 3 more go at the pull-ups to get warmed up and hit the first exercise. I think I'll probably deadlift. I think the first exercise is probably going to be deadlift. So nothing too heavy, just something light. Probably around 4 plates of 20 on both sides. That should do it. So then maybe walk my way down from there. But we'll know. We'll know. So let's go. So most times, when it comes to range of motion during exercise, we tend to forget that different individuals have different mobility, right? Have different flexibility. So just like someone might be really, really flexible, right? And go into the pec deck machine and be able to take their arms all the way back safely without having to break anything or get any injuries, right? And someone else can't even go as far back as this. Then you end up trying to tell the person that actually is flexible enough to do this, that is really wrong, that they're probably gonna tear something up, forgetting that they are able to do that, forgetting that they're able to do that because they are really, really flexible. If they were gonna check something up, the body will signal that, okay, it's okay, anything over this will probably cause an injury, right? And they will adjust, but they are able to go as far as that and the body being okay with it. So that really goes to show how flexible they are, and that comes into play when it comes to training, right? You really have to factor in your flexibility, your mobility. How mobile are you? How flexible are you? And range of motion now get enhanced, right? You can really get a very good range of motion, like someone like Eric Janicki, for example, right? Most of his workout are fast stretched. They are really, really stretched, right? So he mostly stretched all the way out. And so I say he's probably going to tear something up, but it doesn't work that way. It doesn't work that way. He's able to do that because he's really flexible and he works on his flexibility and mobility so good that he's able to perform his exercises at that insane range of motion, right? And there are a lot of people like that, right? There are people that focus on stretching, and there are people that focus on, doing their own part of the movement, but still, we still have to factor in our mobility and flexibility. and train accordingly, right? Train accordingly. If you are able to hit dumbbell rows and you can take it and you can even support yourself, bring yourself a little bit high and take it all the way down and come up, fine if you can. Not everyone can. If you can hit barbell rows and be on a platform, right, and take it all the way down like a pendulum row, it's still fine. Not everyone can hit pendulum rows. Not everyone can hit pendulum rows. Not everyone can hit a super stretched barbell row. Not everyone can hit a super stretched dumbbell row. Not everyone can hit a super stretched pec flies, right? Not everyone can hit a super stretched cable flies. So always factor in your flexibility, your mobility. And if it's really bad and you really want to train at that flexible state, you really have to work on it. Work on your flexibility, work on your mobility, and see how it goes. Third pull-ups, let's go.
Hey, I refuse to let a bad night ruin me, just doesn't get through to me. Even back then, getting stopped by the truancy. Posted with the bros and turn the bond into a mutiny. You fuck with one of them and then we handle it brutally, Y'all not sick, you pussies got immunity and lack the continuity. I leave them in the dust and stack bread cause I'm moving things. Speed reached a new high when I started removing things.
So that's it for the back warm-ups. I will probably get my tricep a little bit warmed up and we'll hit the first exercise.
But got no love for what I did, so that's why I'm moving different and shit. Play the part, but sometimes it's like I'm missing a script. I write my own, cause nobody gonna tell it like it is. Yeah, nobody gonna tell it like it is. Cause nobody gonna tell it like it is. So I be showing them the way, living by example, put my life on display. Put me in the game, watch them make a play. Live a life for the day, sun shining through the gray. Ay, so I be showing them the way, living by example, put my life on display. Put me in the game, watch them make a play. Live a life for the day, sun shining through the gray. What you say? I'm steaming out the pot. Got my brother standing next to me. I'll pass my boys the rock.
So we are really warmed up right now. I'll hit to the first exercise, deadlift.
Never ate. What you say? I'm steaming out the pot. Got my brother standing next to me. I'll pass my boys the rock. Put some diamonds in the chain. Add some numbers to the flock. Let it pop. Go and show them what you got. Never stop. Never stop. Never stop.
First exercise, deadlift. So I'll be hitting 3 sets of this, right? And once we're done with deadlift completely, we'll hit our first try exercise, which is push down. Try push downs on the cable. So we'll get this done first, 3 sets. I'll probably work with the same weight for 3 sets or drop it down a little bit, I'll probably work on the same weight for the 3 sets or drop it down gradually as set progresses. But we have to finish this first before we hit our try exercise, our first try exercise. Right, so okay, let's go.
Hey, I refuse to let a bad night ruin me, just doesn't get through to me. Even back then, getting stopped by the truancy. Posted with the bros and turn the bond into a mutiny. You fuck with one of them and then we handle it brutally. Y'all not sick, you pussies got immunity and lack the continuity. I leave them in the dust and stack bread cause I'm moving things. Speed reached a new high when I started removing things. I had to drop the baggage out the plane before I flew a wing. Or let the engine fail, cold day in hell, I let a pest prevail. Let's put them to the test and let the pressure scale. Yeah, that'll do it, that'll separate the weak from the real, getting to it. I did it for the love, but got no love for what I did. So that's why I'm moving different and shit. Play the part, but sometimes it's like I'm missing a script. I write my own, cause nobody gonna tell it like it is. Yeah, nobody gonna tell it like it is. cause nobody gon' tell it like it is. So I be showing them the way, living by example, put my life on display. Put me in the game, watch them make a play. Live a life for the day, sun shining through the gray. Ay, so I be showing them the way, living by example, put my life on display. Put me in the game.
So first set done, I will take the 5 kg out and hit the second set. And if that feels good enough, I will have to repeat the same weight for the last set, right? Contrary to what most people think, deadlift is one exercise that it really packs a punch, right? It's really good to utilize when it comes to growing your back, growing your overall back, right? Deadlift really helps with enhancing the overall back and helping with growth when it comes to your back. And the myth of heavy loads when it comes to deadlift is actually a myth. It's what it is, a myth. So you mustn't really, and I'm saying this for newbies and beginners, you mustn't really start heavy. You mustn't really go heavy. You mustn't really always pull heavy. No, right? In as much as you're trying to test your strength, in as much as you're trying to grow your strength, build your strength, you still have to understand that this is bodybuilding, right? This is not strength training. So when you're training for bodybuilding, when you're trying to build a body, then the criteria becomes different, right? Instead of loading a lot of weight on the deadlifts, you can just take it out and just do something that will really challenge you, but not too much, enough to give you an injury. That should work too, right? That should really work. I could add more weight, more load to this, but I'm not training for strength, right? I know what I can pull, which is I still can pull a lot heavier than this, but I am training for bodybuilding. I am bodybuilding, right? I'm not strength training. This is bodybuilding. So you build the body, and the body is best built with comfortable enough weight to get you enough reps and heavy enough weight to give you intensity and the required amount of challenge that you need to build that muscle group that you're working on, right? So you really need to remove the myth of heavy weights, of loading heavy weights for your deadlifts. You can still do it light and get results. As long as your form is right, as long as you pull well, you pull very well, and you don't have any form issues, you shouldn't have any issue with deadlifts. And you can gradually build on that and grow from there. You can gradually load from there. You can progress and you can, modify the workout in a way that it will suit you and give you exactly what you're looking for. We are all looking for growth. We are all looking for muscle development, muscle growth. So you train for muscle growth. Yeah, load will really grow your muscles, right? Load will do that too, but removing the potentiality of an injury really puts the mind in mind-muscle connection mode, right? Now you're not worried a lot about injury anymore. You are worried about the intensity of what you're doing, the amount of reps you'll be hitting, and how you'll be executing the exercise. That should be the point of focus when it comes to most compound exercises like deadlifts, right? Most compound exercises, load is fine, but load shouldn't always come first. Form should be there, right? Execution should be there. Mind-muscle connection should be there. Hypertrophy should also be there too, right? So all these things comes into play and factor in, and then you cannot talk about load, because load happens when you start to progress, right? You can choose to start with something very high and come all the way down from there, but load is best done when you're progressing. It's safer that way, it's easier that way, right? Because you can still deload, right? You can still come down, but this is the best way. From something comfortable enough to something intensifying and heavy enough to challenge you, because at the end of the day, we all need challenges to actually push that muscle to grow. You really need to challenge that muscle to push it to grow. So in as much as you're trying to load a lot to build your strength and all, this is bodybuilding. Put that into consideration and load moderately to be able to work that muscle to grow, guys. So first set done, second set about to Get hit now. Let's go. Let's go. Second set. Let's go.
Yeah. Hey. Yeah. I'm trying to see it. It's not a secret. Live with reason. I decree it. No degree. I couldn't G it. Still I made it work with my allegiance. Pledge my fallen souls. Had to grieve them. And when I'm at my lowest, it's when I need them. But I don't trip too much. I know they looking down, so I be looking up. You either swim or drown. I'm down with all the bullshit. I'm built to be a tank. I take shots like a bank, backboarding on a plane. Take shots at the gang, bitch, walking on a plane. I was charging up for years. I'm back walking out the tank. Hold up. Force and fire, I was born to lose. But then I learned to win, ignore the lies they force on you. And I ain't trying to preach, but shit was looking dim. I almost gave it up, but that's just what it took to win. Crooked good guys with quotes around the good guys. We live in misunderstood times. Cut the virus off my body, trying to stop the spread. We keep on shooting, but don't stop until you shot the head. It's like the Walking Dead. Your man's a walking lit. I'm 5'8", but on
that was really intense. That was really intense. You now see what I mean by, you know, not putting the load first. Not putting the load first. Putting the reps, the execution, the form, the mind-muscle connection, and the hypertrophy into consideration first. Then load will always come when you choose to progress, right? Get the exercise right with moderate enough weight to challenge you and give you the result you're looking for. And then you can think of progressing, right? You can think of hitting your PRs, right? Or on your strength training days, you can choose to go nuts. But when you're really building a body, you know, trying to grow your muscle, you really have to work with something you can handle, you know, not really push the body beyond its limit, because we still have a lot of, this is the first exercise. We still have a lot of exercises to hit today. We still have a lot of stuff to execute today. So I would want to wear out my muscles and my nervous system on this. I would want to do that. So yeah. I'll be really careful about how I execute most of my compound lifts. I just try my best to hit what I can handle and just walk my way down or up from there, guys. So second set done. I will repeat this for the last set and see how many reps I can get on this. And then we take it from there, guys. We take it from there. Let's go.
No degree, I couldn't see it. Still I made it work with my allegiance. Pledge my fallen souls, I had to grieve them. And when I'm at my lowest, it's when I need them. But I don't trip too much, I know they looking down, so I be looking up. You either swim or drown, I'm down with all the bullshit. I'm built to be a tank, I take shots like a bank, backboarding on a plane. Take shots at the gang, bitch, walking on a plane. I was charging up for years, I'm back walking out the tank, hold up. Force and fire, I was born to lose. But then I learned to win, ignore the lies.
And we're done. We're done. We're done with this, guys. So first compound exercise for the back done. We'll be heading straight to the push exercise, which is the tricep exercise. Tricep as usual. And we'll get it done. And move straight to the second one. Let's go, guys.
But on the money, I'm as tall as Vic. When beyond with French bitches at my para shows. I fly to see them, they get wet for me like Gyarados. Pass me the split, we off the shit, I'm going comatose. Off the grid with 5 foreign hoes, each a swollen nose. Been a pro since the bus rides going home. Pushing till we overflow, that's just how the story goes. I'm trying to see it, it's not a secret. Live with reason, I decree it. No degree, couldn't G it. Still I made it work with my allegiance. Pledge my fallen souls, I had to grieve them. And when I'm at my lowest, it's when I need them. But I don't trip too much, I know they looking down, so I be looking up. You either swim or drown.
So that was the first set for triceps. And we still have 2 more to go. We still have 2 more to go. So, contrary to what you also know about training the triceps or the arms, I see a lot of newbies or beginners or even professional athletes, you know, going as heavy as they can and hitting short reps when it comes to arm training. The muscles of the arms don't really respond very well to low reps. The bicep muscles, the tricep muscles don't really respond very well to very short reps. They get stimulated the best when you hit high rep ranges, right? You really need to break that 20, 30, 40 rep barrier to be able to grow your arms. You really need to call or pull down till it hurts so bad. You call till your hands fall off, or you pull down that stuff till your hands fall off. If you can hit 40 reps, 50 reps, 60 reps, 100 reps, 200 reps, fine, right? But you really have to know, not every muscle in the body gets stimulated by weight. Some muscle requires endurance and intensity that comes from reps, not the load, right? And the arm muscle, for one, is crazy enough to demand that rep range. It always demands that rep range. So if you're a newbie trying to grow your arms, the best way to go about it is reps. Reps. Hit as many reps as you can for at least 3 to 4 sets. As many reps as you can. Get a moderately heavy weight, enough to challenge you, but enough to get you to that rep range. Don't work with a weight that you know won't get you to that rep range, right? Because you're aiming for 50 reps. Your mind already knows what kind of weight is going to get you 50 reps. You can't go against what your mind is telling you. So if you know what's going to give you the rep range, you pick it up and call as much as you can till you hit that rep range. Till you are done, then you drop it, you rest, you go again. That way you get to build your arms, build them out to exactly the amount of size that you're looking for, right? Because, like I said, they always respond to rep ranges, the arms. Twice, biceps, respond to rep ranges. So you know how to do it. And next up, I think probably on a bicep day, I will show you how to grow your biceps, right? Because I see most people fail when it comes to that. Growing the biceps for a beginner or a newbie or someone looking to have huge biceps, right? I already have the formula for that. I already have the hack for that. I did it to myself and it worked. So probably in the next video or my next training session where I have to hit arms, biceps, then I will have to make that video. But for now, just know that video is coming, right? Then you probably want to know about triceps too. You can probably follow this series, this exact series, right? Or just watch what I do when it comes to training my triceps. Because there's no magic hack, there's no hack. It's just the same thing. So second exercise, second set, let's go guys. Second set, let's go. So I'll progress here. I'll progress a bit here. Just by a bit. So 2 sets down. Yeah, one more set to go. So last set for this. I will probably stick with the same weight. No need to progress from here. This should work for me and give me what I'm looking for. So let's go. Success. We're done with the first push-pull or pull-push split. First superset, back and tries. So we're heading straight to the second exercise for the back and second exercise for the triceps. So for the second exercise, I'll be hitting machine rolls, right? Seated machine rolls. Yeah, seated machine rolls for the second exercise for the back, and I'll repeat this try pull downs for the tricep, guys. So let's go. Like I said earlier, second exercise for the back, and after we are done with this completely, we go hit triceps, right? I won't be hitting try back supersets. I'll have to finish one body part first before I hit the other body part. So we're hitting this first, 3 sets. Yeah, 3 sets with this weight, with the same weight, right? Maybe different grips, and we should be done with this. This is one of my best back day exercise, right? Seated machine row is like one of my best back day exercise, and it gets better when I find the perfect machine that gives me the exact kind of feeling that I'm looking for when it comes to training my back. You know, not all machines can give you that feeling. We all know, but once you find the perfect one, it just throws you in a frenzy, in a back training frenzy. You're gonna hit it as much as you want, right? But for today, we'll just end for 3 sets and just go. Let's go. First set, let's go.
From the ground we rose, now the city knows. Lights on, hearts fall, can't be but a show. Fast life, no lows, highs we chose. Now we can't let them know, let them know. We don't stop now, we don't fold. For a night, yeah, we don't go. Hands to the sky, let them know. We run the world, we run the show. Feel alive right now, it's mine, it's time to let it shine. No more disguise, I paid the price, I'm going overdrive. Fire in my eyes, I cut my ties, no time to compromise. Through my desires, I'm just molding into my design. I like into it, then I like dipping off. I don't overwork, if the pay don't talk. I see bridges burn, I see winners fall. I've been up and down like some seesaw. From the ground we rose, now the city knows. Lights on, hearts fall, can't be but a soul. Fast life, no lows, highs we chose. Now we can't let them know, let them know. We don't stop now, we don't fold. For a night, yeah, we don't go. Hands to the
Need a couple $1,000,000, need another house or home. Slow things down, but speeding up. Half a decade in a rush, never felt I was enough. Had the view outside the box, mountaintops. If they doubt, then let them doubt. Watch me go and prove them wrong. Chose to go and beat the odds. Since day one, I set the tone. Me, I could've been a stat. Teenage dad, really though. In the ring like Mike and Manny. Round for round, let them know. I ain't falling behind, I'm just moving with grace. Took the long way home, now I value the pace. Marathon type of race, like a stallion out the gates. No Kentucky Derby, them horses churning when I drop the clutch and skate. In my own lane with no brakes. Married man, I don't date. Need one woman, a real one. Got one standing right in my rank. If I'm a sergeant and she a sergeant, we right side by side in that tank. Been through the battles, wars, battles, wars. Still steady, strong as on wing.
From the ground we rose, now the city knows. Lights on, still can't be bought a soul. Fast life, no lows. Highs we chose, now we can't let them know. Let them know. We don't stop now, we don't fall. For the night, yeah, we don't go. Into the sky, yeah, let them know. We run a world, we run a show.
Oh man. Oh man. Oh man.
Lock in, lights, camera, action. Telly, ESPN, it's a top scene. Lock in, lights, camera, action. I don't fold a band when it's time to win. Trolling cause we're rolling under lights, we don't get anxious. Do it with a purpose, we don't do it to be famous. Really they been hating cause they ain't us. Lock in and get dangerous. What you get, you see, I'll always be me. What you get, you see, I need no ID, I need nothing, no, something wrong. I like Kim Rose, I need money rolls, flip it go. See
So we're done with this. Our second exercise for the back. Seated machine row, done. 3 sets. And as you can see, I aim for 15 reps, right? One thing I like about this exercise is that, I mean, the way I did it though, one thing I like about the exercise and the way I did the execution is because then it gets to sweat my lats, right? I really need my lats to come all the way down. Right now it's just a little bit up. I want to drag it all the way down and open it up. So this exercise really helps with that, right? You're struggling to open up your lats, struggling to drag down your lats all the way down, bring it all the way down, because most people can argue that their lats doesn't really go all the way down, but when you train it properly, you see how far your lats can go, right? My lats used to be shorter than this, right? My lats used to be shorter than this. Last year, during my show last year, my lats wasn't this long enough. It didn't end here. It ended here, around here. So I had to go to work, right? And I did a lot of this. So if you're looking to widen up your lats, if you're looking to, lengthen your lats, this is one of the best ways to go, right? I mean, this with my execution style. You might not be able to execute this way on all machine step back rows, right? Because some are built different, but when you find a machine that you can actually hit single arm rows seated, man, you really need to tap into that stuff and drag the hell out of it, So this exercise done on this machine really helped me grow my lats in a long way, right? Like, it really helped me incredibly grow my lats. So you might want to incorporate it to your training and see how it goes. So we're done with this. Tricep, guys. Triceps, let's go.
Lock in, lights, camera, action. Telly, SBA, it's a top scene. Lock in, lights, camera, action. I'll fold the bed when it's time to win. Rolling cause we're rolling on the lights, we don't get anxious. Do it with a purpose, we don't do it to be famous. Really they been hating cause they ain't none. Knocking and get dangerous. What you get you see, I'll always be me. What you get you see, I need no ID. I need nothing, no, something wrong. I like getting rolled, I need money roll. Flip it go, see you when I'm old. In a Tesla, still would ride a diesel. I'm not green, no, but the checks was. Now they coming wires, I'm retired off the desk months. I was in the creek, then in the dirt, I lived on both sides. There was always me, no double life, can't pick the best ones. Friends they come and go, so are the best ones. Through the lowest lows, and I still got blessed up. I've been running non-stop, I can't rest up. I'll just keep on working till I'm the best up. I've been trying to do right, but getting less much.
I'm with that fish on there.
In the gym, I got my chest up. New Tacomas on my toes, I had the checks up. Lock in, lights, camera, action. Telly, SBA, it's a top scene. Lock in, lights, camera, action. I don't fold the bed when it's time to win. Rolling cause we're rolling on the lights, we don't get anxious. Do it with a purpose, we don't do it to be famous. Really they been hating cause they ain't us. Locking and get dangerous. Look in the mirror just for motivation. I see my past, I see my kids, it gets me motivated. Don't gotta say it, I just know they hating. Little white boy, tattoos and money, man had that motion, baby. I got that motion like the ocean, baby. 9 to 5, then the 5 to 9, yeah, they used to call me crazy. I put that work in, you can't call me lazy. I'm in the light, no pressure, never faze me. Got me shining like a diamond, put one on my lady. Only one girl who could call me baby. Vision clear, I used to see it hazy. Vision clear, I could see it now. Every time they try to take me out, back to back, I'm ballin' now. I hit the top and didn't say a word. I hit the top and didn't say a word, and still they never shout me out. This not for you, I'm trying to make me proud. This not for you, I'm trying to make me proud. In the mirror, say it loud. Lock in, lights, camera, action. anxious. Do it with a purpose, we don't do it to be famous. Really they been hating cause they ain't us. Lock in and get dangerous.
So we're done with our second push-pull, back and triceps, seated machine back rows, and tricep cable pull downs, right? So we're heading straight to the third exercise for both push-pull splits for the back and for the triceps, right? For the back, I'll be hitting our cable lat pull downs. Not really cable slanting lat pull downs, right? Not really the normal lat pull downs. I'll just be on an angled bench and just drag it towards me, and that will be it for the back. And for the triceps, I'll probably hit our overhead tri extensions with barbells, right? Overhead barbell tri extensions. So let's go guys, let's go. So third exercise for today, this for the back, and tri extensions, overhead tri extensions for the triceps, right? So for this we'll be doing lat pull downs, bench cable lat pull downs. So I'll show you my desired setup, right? How I want to execute this one. As you know, there are many ways to execute bench cable lat pull downs, right? But I'll show you how I want to execute this particular one.
Cover my face with my hoodie on this cold road, trying to break the bank till my pockets getting more growth. I know you see me coming up where these goals got me shows in the Gold Coast and hoes, but we don't post those. A young man living out his dream and then he goes home to pops having problems with his heart, like he knows those moments that we got left for getting numbered. But he tells his son the world is in your hands, so you know he has to go pro. Make it a scene, give him what you believe. End of the day, you like me, not too far from the tree. And if you had a son and you were sick, you push for his dreams and wouldn't let yourself get in the way, whatever it means. I get it, I see it, but tell me, how can you choose between the thing that you love and the ones that love you? Just live your truth, cause to me you're living proof of what happens when you shoot to the stars and the moon. What dreams we may see, what may come and may be. Living the life for me, don't let them get you off your speed. Where you trying to go, when the stars out, time to glow. As we live through the highs and lows. All my life I knew I had this coming. Zombies had me tore around the country. Ironic how the dead gave me a post. Break the mold, the kid turned into something. All those guys are number out the budget. Beast Coast, those my brothers, different mothers. RIP my pops, he would've loved this. Blood don't always make someone your family. Thankful for the people that I'm stuck with. Got some friends that hold me down for nothing.
So this exercise is best felt with a load heavy enough to drag out your back, right? With a load heavy enough to really stretch the back. So hitting the lightweight really wouldn't have much impact on you, because you obviously won't feel it much until you decide to load, load moderately. So I decided to progress on this, and I have to load the entire thing and probably won't still feel too heavy for me, right? But I'll have to work with this for 2 sets because this setup is built to handle only a certain amount of weight. So I wouldn't want to load something that might cut the cable, you know. So we'll just hit this second set now. Hit the second set and repeat something for the third set, and we should be good. We should be good. So this, yeah, sure. Okay. Yeah, it's cool. Sure, I know. Yeah. So this exercise is really important when you are in a gym and there's no lat pull down equipment, right? The gym has a cable machine but doesn't have a lat pull down setup, right? Cable setup, no lat pull down setup, or nothing that can help you pull the lats and stretch really good. So this is the best alternative. This is the best variation to hit your lats and still get it to give you what you're looking for, right? So there are different setups to this. You can decide to hit single arms, right? You can decide to hit single arms. You can decide to hit what I'm doing, double arms, right? You can decide to hit this. This is neutral grip. Then you can decide to do what I'm doing to supine the grip, right? You supine the grip, you reverse the grip, you know. So all these variations will still give you exactly what you're looking for. Once the load is perfect, once the load is good, you shouldn't have any issue executing any of these exercises. They are really good variations for the lat pull down, so you shouldn't have any issues executing them. And they are really good. They are really good, and like I said earlier, the load comes into play here. Load comes into play here a lot, so you really have to watch the load and try to get something that will really stretch your lats, drag them out, and give you the feeling you're looking for. So last set, guys. Oh, sorry, second set. Let's go. Second set. Let's go.
So we live out every dream we told each other on the bumpy roads. That's just what it comes with. Make it to the top with the ones that I came up with, just so we could cross out everything that's on the bucket. Trevor, that's my brother, different mother. Both our daddies flying in the sky somewhere above us. Still so much to see that's undiscovered. Hope I get to see before they call my number. What dreams we may see, what may come and may be. Living the life for me, don't let them get you off your speed. And where you trying to go, when the stars out, time to glow. As we live through the highs and lows, what dreams we may see, what may come and may be. Living the life for me, don't let them get you off your speed. And where you trying to go, when the stars out, time to glow. As we live through the highs and lows.
So if you notice, at the beginning of the rep, I was really in a constant stretch position, right? I was really in this position constantly, trying to do this, right? And at some point, I felt it to a certain point where the feeling starts to vanish. So I really need to reposition, and I really need to realign my body to rekindle that feeling once more. So I had to start, if you notice, I had to start doing this. I had to start doing this, right? Because now, pulling it down and just going up is easy. It gets easier at some point, right? But bringing it all the way back now starts to get tougher, right? And that is essentially what we're looking for here. We need to make it tough enough to force the muscles to grow, right? It needs to be tough enough to force the muscles to grow. So I changed the variation and the range of motion mid rep, right? Mid set. Mid set. I switched it up mid set, and I started feeling it again, mid-set, and I was able to execute the exercise with the desired feeling and intensity that I was looking for. So, second set done, one more set to go. Then we go hit tri extensions for the triceps, guys. Let's go.
Fear none, gotta stand tall too many times. Bust down a new Jacobs, too many diamonds. Like fuck it, what you gon' do, baby? You too damn fine. Let's run it up. They don't wanna see us in the playoff. They don't wanna see us in the playoff. They don't wanna see us in the playoffs. They wanna see us in the playoff. I could see it, I play out. Y'all boys gon' lose it, ain't no doubt. Can't use my name for no more clout. If y'all wanna win, just follow my route. Shorty rollin', shorty tryna get it rollin'. Young and grindin', you gon' get it. Put them peas up in the stoley. You gon' drive 1,000 miles till his pockets keep on growing. I be skating all the ice on my neck like a goalie. When she with you, yeah, shorty, she pursuing me. Would hate if I was you, yeah.
So we're done with this. We're done with the third exercise for the back. We're heading straight to the third exercise for the triceps. For the push, right? For the push. Because as you know, today is push, pull, split, back, tricep, supersets. So let's go. Triceps, let's go. Tricep overhead extensions, right? Or tricep military extensions. So I would say this for those looking to build huge triceps, right? This exercise should be a staple in your training when it comes to triceps, right? You really need to incorporate this exercise, right? Because I built my triceps on this, right? I actually started training my triceps with this exercise, and I didn't do anything else for my triceps except this. I did it for years and it worked, right? It always works. It's a really basic exercise, and it hits the triceps in more ways than one, right? As you know, tricep has different heads, and this one hits all the different heads properly. So this exercise should really be properly executed with the right weight, the right form, and the right intensity, right? So you probably watch, and I will hit the first set, and I will then explain the mechanics, the mechanics involved in the exercise, so you can easily properly execute it too, right? So first set, let's go.
Fear none, gotta stand tall too many times. Bust down a new Jacobs, too many diamonds. Like fuck it, what you gon' do, baby? You too damn fine. Let's run it up. They don't wanna see us in the playoff. They don't wanna see us in the playoff. They don't wanna see us in the playoffs. They don't wanna see us in the playoffs. I can see y'all play out. Y'all boys gon' lose it, ain't no doubt. Can't use my name for no more clout. If y'all wanna win, just follow my route. Shorty rollin', shorty tryna get it rollin'. Young and grindin', you gon' get it. Put them peas up in the stoley. You gon' drive 1,000 miles till his pockets keep on growing. I be skating all the ice on my neck like a goalie. When she with you, yeah, shorty, she pursuing me. Would hate if I was you, yeah. We the best to do it, baby. We the best to do it, huh? We the best to do it, baby. I take that beat, so it's on the daily.
So as you can see how I actually completed the exercise execution, right? It really targets the triceps in more ways than one. Like, you can actually see that the only body part working throughout the exercise is the triceps. So this exercise really goes deep and targets the triceps and forces it to grow, right? Hits all the head properly. So now I'm working with a moderate weight and I'm hitting high reps. I think I did around 40 reps. I can now increase the load and aim for 20 reps or 25 reps, right? And just stay there, remain there for the second and the third set, right? But when you are hitting this exercise, always aim for reps. Always aim for reps. And be mindful of the load. The load shouldn't be too light. The load shouldn't be too comfortable. It should be moderately heavy enough to push you, to give you the required intensity to really pump those triceps. So things to consider while doing this exercise: the load, the form. You can see the form. Sometimes the straight bar really hurts the wrist. The straight bar hurts the wrist sometimes, and I don't really like hitting this exercise with straight bars because they hurt my wrist. But the EZ bar here is really faulty. I couldn't find a working EZ bar here, so I had to make do with the straight bar. But the straight bar do hurt the wrist. So if you can do this with an EZ bar, it's way better, and it's really better at targeting the triceps, right? The inner and the outer triceps. So the form, the load, the bar, the bar, right? The intensity, the range of motion, you know, and everything that comes into play when it comes to this exercise. You really have to factor them in and, you know, hit it and grow. Just watch your triceps grow. This exercise is so incredible. You literally watch your triceps grow, but also you need to know that this exercise is not one size fits all. You need to hit this exercise and keep hitting this exercise every tricep day, right? You need to like literally force your tricep to grow by constantly hitting this exercise week in, week out. Because when it's being done that way, then your tricep has no other option than to grow. So first set done, I will increase this load for the second set so I can aim for at least 20 reps or 25 reps, guys. So let's go. So I have progressed on this weight. I'll hit this for the second set and let's see how it goes, guys. Let's go. So that was 30 reps or 40. I think that was like 40 reps. I was aiming for 20 and I was able to hit 40, you know. As heavy as the load is, I've gotten so used to this exercise that I can actually execute also with heavy loads, right? So if you can execute with heavy loads, be my guest, right? Just do it. As long as the load can give you the required number of reps that you're aiming for, just do it. My heavy load might be your lightweight, right? My lightweight might end up being your heavy load. So just know what load feels like to you. Pick it up and execute. Do the exercise properly and you don't have any reason not to grow, guys. You really don't have any reason not to grow. So second set done. Last set, let's go. I really haven't rested, like I really haven't had much rest after this set. I think I'm gonna hit the third set with this little rest in between sets, right? My triceps are screaming. I still wanna pump it up more. I really wanna feel that intense stuff. So let's go. Yeah. So we're done with our third exercise for the back and for the triceps, push, pull, split, supersets, guys. So we're heading straight to the last exercise for today. The last push, pull, split for today for the back and tri. So for the back, I'll be hitting the single arm lat pull downs on the lat pull down machine here or at the cable machine, guys. So and for the tries, I will continue with this, right? For the tries, I will continue with this and drag it out and hit that stuff, guys.
How many sets you got?
3 sets, yeah. 3 sets. So third set done. Fourth set, let's go. So last exercise for the back. This, if you remember earlier, I did double arms on this same exercise. So now I'm trying to execute the single arms, right, for the lats. So today I was able to hit lat pull downs on the cable instead of the lat pull down setup. And that is because of what I said earlier. If you find yourself in a gym setting where there's no lat pull down setup, right? This is the best variation to execute the same movements and get the same results, right? Just incorporate the double arm and the single arms and just do it properly, proper form, and with the right amount of load. Like I said, heavy enough to give intensity and light enough to get you the required reps, right? So first set, guys, let's go. And as you know, we'll first of all get finished here first before we go hit the last try exercises, right? So 3 sets here and we're done. We go hit tries. Let's go. So first set done, you saw the execution, right? We saw how I actually handled that, right? The form, the load, the intensity, and the angle, right? So all these things are gonna play into you trying to replicate this exercise on your own end. So you really have to take these things into consideration and pay very good attention to the load, because the load is a big factor when it comes to this exercise. Load is really a big factor. If the load is right, you get the juice out of it. If the load is off, you won't really feel it. You will either not feel anything, or you will struggle to actually feel the exercise. So the load has to be in the perfect spot to get you exactly what you're looking for. So first set is done. Let's hit the second set, guys. Let's go. So that was it, guys. Second set done. Second set done. So last set for this exercise. So last set for this exercise. Let's go. Good evening. So we're done here. We're done here. 3 sets. So we're heading straight for the last try exercise. 3 sets as usual. We'll be repeating the try overhead military extensions, right? Let's go, guys.
Yes.
So, last set for today, last exercise for today actually, try extensions. Same thing we did for the third exercise for the triceps. We're going to repeat it for the last exercise for the triceps, right? To match with the push-pull split for the single arm last pull down we did on the table just now. So we're going to repeat this and hit it 3 sets as usual. And we're good. And we're good, guys. Let's go. So second set, guys. Second set, let's go. So let's finish up, guys. Let's finish up. We're done for today. Literally, we're done for today. This is the last exercise for today, last set for today. So let's get it done and go home, guys. I'm really famished. I'm really hungry right now. So I'll just get this done and just leave the gym. So last set, tries. Let's go. So we're done for today. 4 exercises, push splits, push pull splits, guys, push pull splits. I'm trying to cut my voice. Push pull splits, guys. Back tries, back exercise, tricep exercises, right? Arranging the push pull split, workout routine. So we're done. And we actually did a superset today, but unlike the traditional superset that you just keep hitting them back to back, we completed ours by finishing the back workout, then go do tricep workout, finishing it, go do second back workout, finishing it, do the second tries, and just keep doing it that way, right? Because that way we can be able to execute a lot in a very short time, which is what we're trying to achieve here. So we're done for today. So have fun, guys. Have fun. It's back there again, guys. So today I'll be hitting 5 exercises. 5. Starting with warming up, lat pull down, then deadlift. I think I want to deadlift today, right? I'm in that deadlift mood today, so warm up, pull-ups, deadlift, seated machine rows, lat pull down, inclined lat pull down on the cable machine, and single arm lat pull down on the cable machine too. Then I will probably end with either dumbbell rows or barbell rows, guys. Let's go. Let's go.
Temperature rising, I'm a survivor. Made for the climate, forging a fire. They want us to fall, we taking it higher. The temperature rising, I'm a survivor. The temperature rising, I'm a survivor. Made for the climate, forging a fire. They want us to fall, we taking it higher. The temperature rising, I'm a survivor.
And I've been hard to kill. High speed, my hands off the wheel. NZT, I've been off the pill. MVP when I show my skill. Horror scene if I lose my chill. Bodies dropping, then blood gets spilled. Doing drills, try kinging hills. Knicks swinging steel till my throne get built. Crown me, they already finished. As God is my witness, I know I was made from his image. I'll go up against me as crickets. I'll burn a few bridges as long as you sleep with the fishes. The path that I walk ain't the quickest. I scan for the divots and find a way over the ditches. The money and bitches and everything else that comes with it is all within limits. I get it, I got it. Line on my enemies, watch how they dropping. Stop it, treat my mentality like I'm psychotic. Iconic, my word is my bond, I'm keeping my promise. I got this, we fall just to get up as part of the process. Don't stop it.
Temperature rising, I'm a survivor. Made for the climate, forging a fire. They want us to fall, we taking it higher. The temperature rising, I'm a survivor. The temperature rising, I'm a survivor. Made for the climate, forging a fire. They want us to fall, we taking it higher.
So we're done with our warm-ups. So we'll be heading straight to the first exercise. Which is deadlift. So I don't deadlift often for reasons best known to me, and also for obvious reasons, right? Deadlifts doesn't really play nice with my lower back, so I always get this nasty lower back injury when it comes to deadlift. So in as much as I get that, I also know that I need to try my best to incorporate deadlift in my routine, right? So I try to hack it by not going too heavy, because now I'm just want to deadlift for the benefits, right? Not really to make myself feel good anymore, because most times ego lifting will make you want to feel good for yourself, but now it's all about the benefits of the workout. So I won't be going too heavy, probably 3 or 4 plates of 25 on both sides should be okay. I will try 4 plates of 25 on both sides. And if that doesn't work, I'll take it down a notch and maybe try 3.5 and 3 plates of 25 on both sides, right? Kg though, not pounds, kg though. So I'm done with warm-ups. Let's deadlift, guys. Let's deadlift. Man. I don't think I was prepared for that shit, man. I really wasn't prepared for that shit. I really wasn't prepared for that shit. I think I pulled something, I don't know. Probably my shoulders or in my back, I don't know. I'll find out later. But I wasn't prepared for that shit. I might decide to try again, to try the same weight again. I might decide to try again or take it down a notch, right? This stuff really stressed my nervous system. It's really fucked my nervous system. Let's try again. Let's try again. Fuck. That's it, guys. I think I will have to drop the weight down and do the second set. First set was 1 rep max, so I wouldn't want to. I want to get at least 3 or 4 reps in the second set, and as the sets progress, the weights come down and the reps go up. So that's how I plan to pull this shit off today. So first set is done. I couldn't get the second try, right? Tried again, I couldn't get it to come up, so I have to drop it down. So I was able to get 3 like I planned. I'll take this 10 kg out and hit my 3rd set, right? So every exercise today will be 3 sets. 3 sets per exercise, 3 sets, right? I'll try to suck as much as I can from the exercise with rep intensity, and I will throw in maybe 1 or 2 rep maxes there. But my goal is to hit as much reps as I can with as much intensity as I can. So first set was rep max, right? Really fucked with my nervous system. Second set I was able to get 3 sets, right? 3 reps. Then taking this out, I'll try and go for at least 4 or 5 reps to finish the exercise. Like I said, Today we'll be hitting 3 sets per exercise for every exercise today. Right? Let's go, guys. Let's take this shit out. We're done with our first exercise, which is the compound exercise for today, deadlift. So we're heading straight to the second exercise for today, seated machine rows. Normally I will do one side, right? I'll just do isolated rows, but today I want to spice things up. I want to hit 2 arms at the same time, right? Just do it normally without having to hit it 1 arm at a time. So I try to pad things up because the major reason why I like hitting 1 arm at a time here is because when I try to sit, I don't get as much extension as I want. Before I could properly extend, the weight will have to drop. The weights will drop. I don't like that. I want to be able to stretch to the maximum, right? Without the weights getting to the drop point, right? So I added this stuff to push me back a little bit so that when I stretch, the weight doesn't drop. So I'm working with this and hitting 2 arm rows, seated rows, 3 sets, and you're good. Let's go, guys.
I'm big beat, rolling through the streets in a 10 speed. Money on my mind, give a about what I think. I can't waste my time with a that's not like me. Gotta bust me down in them cubits, keep me ice. Let's go, 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 go. Let's go, let's go, 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 go. Let's go, go, go. Let's go, let's go, 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 go. Bad bitch, she gon' get her money back tenfold. Call me sis, I ain't your mother kinfolk. Kill that, got him acting like a to that new Boston Richie. How that go? I'm big beat, rolling through the streets in a 10 speed. Money on my mind, give a about what I think. I can't waste my time with it. That's not like me. Gotta bust me down in them cubits, keep me ice. Let's go, 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 go. Let's go, 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 go. he must be my sap. Ice cold around my neck, this ain't cryo. Body right, model type, she got that lipo. He's so good, turning to a psycho. Don't be rolling through the streets in a 10 speed. Money on my mind, give a about what a thing. I can't waste my time with a that's not like me. Gotta bust me down in them Cubans, keep me icy. Let's go. Go, 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 let's go, let's go. Go, 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 let's go. Go, 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 let's go, let's go. Go, go, go. He said I'm the truth, I'm about to put that in my bio. Out my way like it's typo. I've been running so long and I still got my eyes closed. Wanna be me, so I made that slideshow. I'm big speed, rolling through the streets in a 10 speed. Money on my mind, give a about what a thing. I can't waste my time with a that's not like me. Gotta bust me down in them Cubans, keep me icy.
So 2 sets down, 2 sets down. Last set for this exercise. I'm thinking of hitting isolated rows for the last set, right? Yeah, seated, properly seated, but isolated rows. Something like this, right? Something like this. For the last set, I've done the wider grip, I've done the narrow grip. So, yeah, I'll be hitting the isolated variation of this exercise. Let's go.